Mike Williams to the judges stand, please. Mike Williams to the judges stand. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Loop here at Red River Exhibition Park. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Loop, Red River Exhibition Park. Before we get started, Mike Williams, if you could please come to the judges' stand. Mike Williams, please come to the judges' stand. We've got 8 races coming up for you this afternoon. And take note, coming up in the first race, we do have a scratch to tell you about. The number 1 horse, Bobby Big Wheels, has been scratched. Again, race number 1, Bobby Big Wheels, has been scratched. Please mark it accordingly on your program. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Loop here at Red River Exhibition Park. It is a cloudy, windy, cool Saturday afternoon. Track conditions are considered good, a big improvement over the way they were about 2 hours ago, and we are racing. We're delayed by about an hour. We were delayed by about an hour, but we are going ahead and we are racing. Let's take a look at race number one this afternoon and let you know what Mike and I think as far as the handicapping is concerned. By the way, in case you missed it, in race number one, please do scratch horse number one, Bobby Big Wheels. Again, Bobby Big Wheels, horse number one, race number one, has been scratched. That was going to be one of my picks, so we've had to readjust here. And we are going to take now for first place in race number one, the number two horse, Tough Crowd, running as the favorite in this one. Isn't running with the same drivers he's had for the past 3 weeks, but you know what? I think the colt is used to Don Howlett on the reins. Today, Mark Fillion on the bike. Great driver. I think it's going to bring it home, especially now that he is starting along the rail. So for first in race number one, let's go with number two, Tough Crowd. For second place, I'm heading to the number four Spartan, picking Laser Mania. Has finished in the money the past 3 weeks, very evenly matched with the front runner. Just not enough of a time advantage, perhaps, to overtake the front runner. So we're going to pick again Laser Mania for second. And for third, again, we've had to kind of readjust our picks. For third place in race number one, I'm going to go with Tina. Tina is being driven by Clayton Braybrook today. Great driver, has shown some speed in the last few races that she's driven in. So again, we're going to take the 5-year-old mare Tina to bring it in for third place in race number one. So for first race for the race for number one, we are going to go with 2-4-3. 2-4-3. Race number one, also the early daily double. Your chance to pick the winning horses for races number one and two. My daily double ticket says number one, Bobby Big Wheels, and number one in the second race, Non-Versation. Good luck from the Loop, and we are going to send now down to Mike. The horses are starting to come out for the post parade, but Mike, if you want to start, you got a couple of minutes, and then we'll get the post parade underway.
Okay, thanks, Frank. Yeah, I concur. I kind of like the two horse, Tough Crowd with Mark Fillion, driver trainer. I mean, you look at it, he's been pacing miles very consistently in the 2-2 range here at the Loop. 6 for 10 in the top three, made over $11,000, and he should be by far, in my opinion, the one that should win race number one. Laser Mania, Michelle Ray, Ricky Ray having a great year. 9 for 11, just over 10,000 made. Always in the top three, it seems. Pacing miles in around 2-3 will be the major contender down the lane. Yet to see what the track is rated. And I agree with you for third, Tanya with Clayton Braybrook. I like the way this horse is improving of late, this 5-year-old mare. Last quarter's coming home in 30. Should be.
And we're just going to interrupt you there for half a second, Mike, as the horses are passing in front of the grandstand. Let's really quickly do the post parade, and then we'll get back to you to wrap things up. Your number one horse, again, Bobby Big Wheels, has been scratched, so no number one horse in race number one. Number two is Tough Crowd, driven and trained by Mark Fillion. Number three horse, Tina, driven and trained by Clayton Braybrook. Laser Mania is horse number four, driven by Michelle Ray, trained by Richard Ray. And the number five horse is HF April's Kiss, driven by Daryl Mason and trained by Aaron Mason. Let's go back down to the Professor Mike Williams to finish things up as far as his handicap selections are concerned.
Thanks again, Frank. Yeah, and I would say my third pick, Tanya, with Clayton Braybrook, has been finishing her miles quite well of late. Should be a good horse race, I think, between these three. I don't really like HF April Kiss. Seems to be pacing miles, but just never seems to get there when you want her to. So I'm going to stick with the 2, 4, and 3. The daily double, I love Tough Crowd. And the rail horse Non-Versation in the second race. Now, the Loop has had a lot of rain in the last 24 hours. Keep that in mind. So it's going to be interesting to get a kind of a rating on how the track is going to be today and how the track is going to hold up after all that water. And it was a lot. So we'll see everybody back in race number 2. Good luck.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the horses have been called to the post. So as they make their way around the turn and head down the back stretch to get into position, let's reintroduce you once again to everybody taking part in this race number one on this 8-race card this afternoon. Race number one for a purse of $5,800. Again, the number one horse, Bobby Big Wheels, has been scratched. So moving on. Number two is Tough Crowd, driven and trained by Mark Filion. The number three horse is Tina with Clayton Braybrook on the reins. Laser Mania has Michael Ray on the bike, and HF April's Kiss, driven by Daryl Mason, is horse number 5. The horses are getting themselves into position, and we are but mere moments away from pacing. The horses are lined up as we come around the turn. They're at the port. Swing open that gate and watch them ponies accelerate. It is race number one on an 8-race card this afternoon on a cloudy, windy, cool afternoon at the Loop at Red River Exhibition Park in Winnipeg. As we head down into turn number 2, starting to make the move from the outside, that is the number 4 horse Laser Mania that is starting to make the early break as we head down into the backstretch for the first time. That is now number 5, HF April's Kiss, that is leading the way as we go down the back stretch, out front by about 2 lengths in front of Laser Mania as we hit the first quarter at a time of 30 and 3. HF April's Kiss continues to lead the way in front of Laser Mania, Tough Crowd, Tina, and then bringing up the rear, it is Laser Mania. It is HF April's Kiss, Laser Mania, Tough Crowd, and then Tina. Only 4 horses in this race. The first 3 spread out nicely in front. Tina late in the back of the pack, watching everybody. As we come down the home stretch for the first time and head towards the halfway point, in a time of 102 and 4, it continues to be HF April's Kiss that is showing the way and plowing the road for everybody as they're lined up 1, 2, 3 behind Laser Mania, Tough Crowd, and then it is Tina watching the rest of the field from well off the pace. HF April's Kiss still in the lead as we go through turn number 3 and head down the backstretch for the final time. It is HF April's Kiss by about a horse lead, and then followed by Laser Mania, Tough Crowd, and again, Tina well off the pace. As we head towards the 3/4 pole, it's Tough Crowd now starting to make a move on the outside. That 3/4 pole at a time of 135 and 3. Horses now starting to make a move. HF April's Kiss is battling it out, but here comes Tough Crowd and Laser Mania. HF April's Kiss now falling into third. As HF April Kiss falls into third, it's Laser Mania and Tough Crowd on the outside that are making a move. We have a judge's inquiry, so make sure you hold on to your tickets after this one is all done. As we head down the home stretch, it is going to be Laser Mania, followed by Tough Crowd. Then we've got HF April's Kiss and Tina. But again, we have a judge's inquiry, so please hold on to all your tickets until we have everything settled. But tentatively, unofficially, your winner in a time of 2:06 even is Tough Crowd. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is official. Your winner at a time of 2:06 even. Laser Mania, driven by Michelle Ray, trained by Richard Ray. The 3-year-old brown filly by Lazarus N, out of Full Picture from Arts Place, is owned by Laverne Turnbull of Kitchener, Ontario. So again, your winner at a time of 2:06 even. Congratulations to Laser Mania. Your official top-down order of finish then for race number 1, Scratch 2413. That's Scratch 2413. All right, folks, race number 1 is in the books. Let's take a look ahead to race number 2 and let you know what we think is going to be transpiring in this one. Time to take a look, and again, very evenly matched this time around. It's a wonderful set of horses lining up behind the gate. For this one, I really like the number 1 horse starting on the rail, Nonversation. Richard Rumillard and Tara Isman have this mare just absolutely running consistently around 2 minutes all season. Starting from the inside means it'll take a lot more speed for someone to overtake her. Extra speed, which, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't see anywhere else in this field. For second, I'm going to move to the middle of the pack and take the number 3 horse, Seek and Destroy. Paula Mason has been driving very assertively this season, which shows in this horse finishing in the money 4 times in the past 6 weeks. And the fact this gelding has more money earned than any other horse in this field. And I wouldn't actually be shocked to even see Seek and Destroy win this race. For third, I'm going to go with the number 2 horse, Braxton's Boy. In the top 3, 6 weeks in a row, including a couple of wins. He'll be in the thick of things when all is said and done. This race has the potential to be very, very close all the way, maybe even a nice blanket finish, which would be a lot of fun. So for race number 2, I'm going to go with 132. That's 132. Good luck from the Loop. Now let's send it down to the Professor, Mike Williams, for his selections on race number 2.
Oh, thanks, Frank. I think this is the best race of the day by far. This is a very competitive horse race, all 5 of them in here. But I've been waiting for Conversation to draw the inside because this horse is twice the horse when he does get to the front. If you look 4 lines down when he did have the rail, he took this race wire to wire and did it very, very easily. This 4-year-old mare paced a mile in 2 minutes that day. And I expect Richard Remillard taking no prisoners in this race here. He's going to go to the front end. He's going to stay there. And Conversation, I think, will be the winner in race number 2. Horse you can never count out. A very consistent 7-year-old gelding has 2 shoes. Always there. He's 5 for 10 in the top 3, made over 11,000. Pacing miles in and around 2 minutes, 2-1. Very consistent racehorse and always a fun horse to watch. I like him for my exactor bet in race number 2. The 3-year-old of the year last year here in Manitoba, Braxton's Boy. He's having a pretty decent year as well. He's made just shy of $11,000. If you look down the lines, he hasn't been worse than third in the last 6 starts. Those of you playing those triactor bets, do not leave out Braxton's Boy. I like the 1, 4, and 2. And like I said, in a real good horse race, that last mile was about 4 seconds out of what they usually pace. But I think the track is going to get faster and faster with every race that goes by. And by race number 3 or 4, I predict we will have a fast track because things are tightening up real fast here at the Loop. So good luck. We'll see everybody back in race number 3.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the horses are coming out onto the track for race number 2. For a purse of $6,800, let's introduce you to everybody that's taking part in this afternoon. The number 1 horse is Nonversation, driven by Richard Remillard and trained by Tara Isman. Coming around the turn and heading towards the grandstand, that's horse number 2, Braxton's Boy. Braxton's Boy, driven by Michael Ray and trained by Richard Ray. Also coming around the turn, heading towards the grandstand, it's the number 3 horse, Seek and Destroy. Seek and Destroy is driven and trained by Paula Mason. And pardon me, this is the number 4 horse that's passing right in front now. They're out of order. The number 4 horse is Two Shoes, driven by Dean Ray and trained by Dennis Chapelet. Here comes the number 5 horse, Tammy Blue, driven and trained by Clayton Braybrook. And now catching up is the number 3 horse coming around again the turn and heading towards the grandstand of the familiar purple stripes or purple silks. It's Paula Mason on Seek and Destroy. And again, she drives and trains Seek and Destroy. We'll have race number 2 for you coming up in a few minutes' time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the horses head around the turn, get ready to go down the back stretch to get themselves into position. Let's reintroduce you to everybody taking part in race number 2 this afternoon. Your number 1 horse is Nonversation, driven by Richard Remillard. Your number 2 horse, that's Braxton's Boy, with driver Michelle Ray on the reins. Seek and Destroy is the number 3 horse, driven and trained by Paula Mason. Your number 4 horse, driven by Dean Ray, is Two Shoes. And the number 5 horse in this 5-horse field, Tammy Blue, driven by Clayton Braybrook. The horses are getting themselves into position, and we are but mere moments away from pacing. The gates rolling as they come around the turn. The horses are lined up at the post. Swing open that gate and watch them ponies accelerate. We are racing race number 2 on a very windy afternoon here at the Loop Red River Exhibition Park. Diving down into that first turn, Nonversation takes advantage of starting on the rail. Richard Remillard guiding Nonversation into first place and continuing to do so as we hit into the backstretch and pull away from the rest of the field. The horses start to stretch themselves out with Nonversation leading the way, followed by Braxton's Boy. Then it's Two Shoes, Seek and Destroy, and Tammy Blue. We hit the first quarter at a time of 29 and 4. Not bad at all. And Nonversation continues to show the way. Nonversation in the lead, followed by Braxton's Boy. Then it's Two Shoes, Seek and Destroy, and again, Tammy Blue. Nonversation still in the lead as we come around turn number 2 and head into the home stretch for the first time. The horses spaced out nice and evenly, about a horse's length between each one of the competitors in this one. We're coming up to the halfway point. The halfway point still has Nonversation in the lead at a time of 1 minute and 4/5. 1 minute and 4/5. Now starting to make a bit of a move on the outside. That is Seek and Destroy. We have got Seek and Destroy making the move and starting to try and get towards the lead, but falling back now again as Nonversation continues to show the way. It's Nonversation followed by Braxton's Boy, then Two Shoes, Seek and Destroy, and Tabby Blue watching them all. Nonversation still showing the lead as we head towards the three-quarter pole, and we hit the mark at a time of 1:32 and 2. As it has been from the very beginning of the race, Nonversation with Richard Remillard at the controls and his bright white and red silks continues to show the way, now starting to even pull a little bit away from the rest of the field. The race for second is on now, and that is Seek and Destroy boxing in Braxton's Boy as we come down the turn and head towards home. Nonversation looks like she's going to be the one that's going to take it all. It's going to be Nonversation. The battle is for second as we start to get a late push. It is Nonversation, your winner, in a time of 2:03 even, followed by Seek and Destroy. But again, congratulations to Richard Remillard, wire to wire in this one, and it is the winner in a time of 2:03 even. That's Nonversation. It's official, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner of race number 2 this afternoon, Non-Versation, driven by Richard Remillard and trained by Tara Isman. Non-Versation hitting into the winner's circle. Non-Versation, the 4-year-old bay mare by Mystician out of Say Anything from Rock and Roll Hanover, is owned by Tara Isman, Jim Wilson, and Richard Remillard. Again, at a time of 2:03 even. In race number 2, your winner, Non-Versation. So on your program, mark it officially. Your top-down order of finish, 14253. That's 14253. Non-Versation paid $5.90 to win, $3.90 to place, and $3.40 to show. Seek and Destroy paid $12 to place, and Tammy Blue had no money on her. Your Exactor 1-3 paid $7.70, while the Triactor 135 paid $14.23, and your Daily Double 4-1 paid $4. That'll do it for race number 2. Stay close. Race number 3 on our 8-race card coming up in a few minutes' time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look ahead to race number 3 this afternoon. Again, the sun is starting to come out, and it's turning into a really, really decent afternoon weather-wise. Still kind of windy, still kind of cool, but at least it's nice and sunny, and the track is continuing to dry. Looking at race number 3, I believe you'd have to pick the number 5 horse, Army Captain Hanover, in this one. A winner in 5 of his last 6 starts. It doesn't seem to matter what post position he draws, anywhere from the rail to the far outside. This is just a great horse. Career earnings in excess of $338,000. Owner Laverne Turnbull has got himself a winner in Army Captain Hanover. For second, I'm selecting the number 4 horse, Litazor. Another horse that only seems to know one thing, and that's win, baby, win. That's all they know. Last week began 5th, won by over 4 lengths. 2 weeks ago started 5th and won by a nose in 59-3. In fact, the only way that either of these 2 horses aren't 1 and 2 at the end is if they get in each other's way somehow and someone else takes advantage of it. Not likely to happen with the experience holding the reins in race number 3. And for third, I'm going to go with the advantage starting along the rail. That gives the team, and I'm taking the number 1 horse, Mock Jacobs. Was a winner last week when he pinned the pedal to the home stretch to win by a neck. He'll lose this week. He'll be close, but he won't make it into the winner's circle this time around. Just not close enough. So for race number 3, let's make it 5-4-1. Race number 3, also the first race of today's Pick 3 feature, where you can bet on who you think will win races 3, 4, and 5. You already know where I'm going with this race. Number 5, Army Captain Hanover. Looking ahead, the next race is going to be Chocolate Bomb, the number 5 horse. And then after that, it's the number 3 horse, Superfast, in the 5th. Good luck from the Loop. Let's throw it down to the professor, Mike Williams, and see what he has to say. A recap on race 2 and a look ahead to race number 3.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah, Conversation did not disappoint, did draw the inside. And like I stated, when this horse gets on the front end, he's a different horse. And he was relaxed the whole mile. He still had a lot left in the tank, in my opinion, coming home. I think he went as he pleased in that race. And it looked good on the old-timer Richard Remillard getting the job done. in race number 2. So congratulations to the connections of Richard Remillard and Tara Isman. Job well done in race number 2. Best horses on the track coming up here shortly in race number 3. And I agree with Frank. I'm going to go with Army Captain Hanover. And I don't know how you can't. 20 for 22 in the top 3, 3 in a row. But, the track isn't super fast. That's going to give the other horses in this race a chance. But I think Michelle Ray's going to have to be out and on the move early in this one before the half, because fractions are going to play a big part if Army Captain Hanover does get the job done. Horse that beat Army Captain Hanover twice this year, Litazor, sitting on 3 wins and a second in the last 4 starts, is no slouch. And again, it all depends on how fast that half is going to be, in my opinion. We get a slow half, it's wide open in this race. But I think Litazor is second best. Third, I'm going to go with the inside Mark Jacobs. Raced a very impressive mile last week coming out of post position 4 and paced a mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. Was the heavy betting favorite. The only thing I don't like about Mark Jacobs is that he's had 28 starts and has only got 1 win this year. So I kind of go off him as far as the win percentage goes in here. And I like the 5, 4, and 1 in race number 3. And good luck. We'll see everybody back coming up in the 6-horse field in race number 4. Coming up here, starting in race number 3. If you want to go with my selections on a pick 3, I'm going to key the 5-horse because to me, he's the best horse on the grounds. I'm going to bet the 5 in race number 3. I'm going to take 2 horses in race number 4, and that's going to be 5 Chocolate Bomb and the 6-horse Irish Hawk. And to complete the pick 3 in race number 5, again, I'll take 2 horses in here. And that's going to be the 3 Super Fast debut last week and at the Loop, and was not disappointed. And a winning in 2:01 at a piece will be a lot more race tight, I think, today, along with Cartoon Kid with Mark Filion. So that's my pick 3 selections. Again, I like the 5 with the 5, 6 with the 3, 4. Good luck, and we'll see everybody back in race number 4.
Thanks a lot, Mike. And yeah, we will see everybody back then, and also have the post parade coming up in a couple of minutes from now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had a little bit of difficulty with some graphics and that, but we are back now. So let's introduce you to everybody that's taking part in this race this afternoon. We missed the post parade because of the little bit of a technical issue. So let's take care of it right now. The horses are actually coming around the track and going to be passing in front of the grandstand again. So better late than never. Let's do the post parade now. Your number one horse is Mock Jacobs in this race. Mock Jacobs, driven by Dean Ray and trained by Lorraine Ray. The number two horse, Appoggiatura, driven by Daryl Mason, trained by Clayton Braybrook. Here they come side by side. Coming up is the number three horse, One Last Bet. One Last Bet, driven by Paula Mason, trained by Roland Ray. The number four horse is Litazor, driven by Don Howlett, trained by Matthew Howlett. And the number five horse is Army Captain Hanover, driven by Michael Ray and trained by Richard Ray. All right, folks, the horses have been called to the post, so let's reintroduce you once again to everybody taking part in this race number three this afternoon. It is Mock Jacobs, the number one horse, driven by Dean Ray. The number two horse, driven by Daryl Mason, is Appoggiatura. Number three, One Last Bet, driven by Paula Mason. The number four horse is Litazor, driven by Don Howlett. And driver Michelle Ray is on the number five horse, Army Captain Hanover. The horses are getting themselves into position, and we are but mere moments away from pacing. The gates rolling as the horses line up and come around the turn. They're at the post. Swing open that gate and watch them horses accelerate. We are pacing. It is race number three on a windy afternoon at the Loop Red River Exhibition Park. As we head down into turn number one, that is One Last Bet taking advantage and moving into the lead, but quickly overtaken by Appoggiatura. Appoggiatura really starting to length out in the lead. Pardon me, that's Litazor. Litazor is now in the lead ahead of Appoggiatura as we head down the backstretch for the first time. The horses lined up evenly spaced as we hit the first quarter in a time of 30-3. It's Litazor, followed by One Last Bet, Appoggiatura, Army Captain Hanover, and Mock Jacobs watching the the rest of the field. That is Litazor with Don Howlett, who's had a really, really hot hand at the Loop this year. Hasn't won anything yet so far today, hasn't been in the money yet today, but it might just be a matter of time. Litazor continues to lead the way as we come around turn number 2 and head into the home stretch for the first time. It is Litazor, but being challenged on the outside by Appoggiatura as we hit that halfway point at 102 and 1. It is Litazor, one last bet, Appoggiatura, Army Captain Hanover, and one last bet. As we continue down into turn number 3, Litazor, followed by Appoggiatura. And this is a tight, tight race. Look at that. You could throw a blanket over those horses. They're so bunched up. On the outside, that is Litazor being challenged by Appoggiatura. One last bet, an Army Captain Hanover with Mock Jacobs at the back of the pack. We hit the three-quarter pole in a time of 1:33 and 1, which shows the track is running a little slower than it has in the past. So, but still, it's a wonderful, wonderful race, and the horses are evenly matched as we come into the final turn. Coming into that final turn, it continues to be Litazor, followed by Army Captain Hanover, one last bet, and Appoggiatura. Coming down the back stretch, it's going to be an exciting finish. There is a lot of speed coming on the outside of the field. That's Army Captain Hanover. Holy cow, 3 across, 3 abreast as we come to the end. That is one last bet, Litazor and Army Captain Hanover. Too close for my eyes to call. We're going to wait. Hold on to your tickets, everybody. We are going to wait for a judge's decision on this one. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a photo finish. Hold all tickets until we make everything official. It is a photo finish as they finish 3 across. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the photo's been looked at, and your winner at a time of 2:03 even, the number 5 horse, Army Captain Hanover. Army Captain Hanover, your winner at a time of 2:03 even, driven by Michel Ray, trained by Richard Ray. The 8-year-old bay gelding by Captain Treacherous is out of All-American Co-Ed from Dragon again, and owned by Laverne Turnbull of Kitchener, Ontario. So your top-down order of finish, love it when it happens this way. Your top-down order of finish, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And again, the winner in a time of 2:03 even, Army Captain Hanover, second win of the day for Michel Ray. All right, ladies and gentlemen, race number 3 in the books. Your winner, Army Captain Hanover, in a time of 2:03 even. Army Captain Hanover paid 230 to win, 210 to place, and 280 to show. Your number 2 horse was Litazor. 210 to place, 480 to show, and one last bet came in third in that 3 across at $4.80. Your $1 exactor 5-4 paid $1.50, and the 20-cent triactor 5-4-3 paid $1.78. Again, that'll do it for race number 3 on this 8-race card this afternoon. We'll be back to take a look ahead to race number 4 in a few minutes' time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look ahead to race number 4 this afternoon. And a slightly larger field for this one with 6 horses pacing. And this is our maiden race of the afternoon. In other words, featuring horses who have yet to win a race in their careers. And you know what? When it comes to the maiden races, always tough to pick a winner in these because some horses, to be honest with you, are just unknown commodities. We don't know. They have really no history to go on. So with that in the question, let's just go with the odds and the experience in this race and take the number 5 horse, Chocolate Bomb. The filly has run 9 races so far this year in the money 3 times with a place, 2 showings. The early favorite at 2-1, so why not? Let's go with number 5, Chocolate Bomb. For second, let's continue with the same strategy. Take number 2, Van Going Fast. His last start was 2 weeks ago. He ran third in the kindergarten stake for 2-year-olds. Slightly tougher field today, but you know what? Start one out from the rail. We'll make up for that and have him challenging around the final turn. And my choice for show in race number 4 is the number 4 horse, Irish Hawk. 5 straight third-place finishes. The gelding will add a 6th to that tally today. So for our maiden race this afternoon, race number 4, let's go with 5-2-4. Good luck from the Loop. And with that, let's take it down to the Professor Mike Williams for a recap on race number 3 and his opinion on what he thinks is going to happen in race 4.
Well, thank you, Frank. Not a super fast mile by any means for the Open, but a very good strategic mile, starting off with Don Hallett, an experienced driver, trying to set his own fractions in here, and just was patient. Went to a half in 102, and you saw Alcapacachura make a move there, and he just kept him on the outside, forcing the heavy favorite, Army Captain Hanover, to go 3 wide, and it looked like anybody's race down the lane. One last bet, Litazor, Army Captain, and he just got there. But the fans loved it. Exciting race. Congratulations once again to Michelle Ray and Ricky Ray, having a great year with Army Captain Hanover. Let's go right to race number 4. Maiden race is, like Frank said, definitely the toughest race on the race card to pick. Even Chocolate Bomb, I'm going to take him as my number 1 pick to win this race. Been pacing miles in and around 2.6, 2.7, but can be beaten here in the maiden race. None of these horses have ever got to the winning circle, but does have the most money made in here with $3,500. I will take Chocolate Bomb for my number 1 pick. Irish Hawk, Dean Ray, back-to-back thirds, 2.6, 2.8, 4 thirds in 5 starts, and I think has a shot down the lane with Chocolate Bomb. With his track not being super, super fast. So Irish Hawk, I would not leave out and take a really good look at this one. Wide open for third, I'm going to go with Van Going Fast with Mark Filion, driver, trainer. finished third last week in 2-8. Just looks to be the best of the rest in here. And it's a maiden race, so don't be afraid to take a long shot in here because it's not an out. What can I say? It's not a guaranteed race. There's nothing that really stands out in here, in my opinion. But I am going to take 5, 6, and 2 in race number 4, and we'll see everybody back in race number 5.
All right, the horses are on the track, ladies and gentlemen, for race number 4 this afternoon. Let's take a look at who they all are and introduce you to everybody taking part in this one for a purse of $5,600. Passing around the turn and in front of the grandstand right now, that's the number 1 horse, Major Threat, driven by Richard Remillard and trained by Tara Isman. Coming up around the turn and heading towards the grandstand now, it's the number 2 horse, Van Going Fast, driven and trained by Mark Filion. There's the number 3 horse, Irish Anna, driven and trained by Corey Manning. Your number 4 horse in this maiden race field of 6 is Mr. October, making their Loop debut, driven and trained by Clayton Braybrook. Your number 5 horse is Chocolate Bomb. That's Paula Mason on the reins, trained by Sherry Mason. And last but not least, that's Irish Hawk, driven by Dean Ray and trained by Clayton Braybrook. All right, folks, as the horses head around the turn, go down the back stretch to get themselves lined up for this fourth race of the afternoon, let's reintroduce you to everybody that's taking part. Number one horse, that's Major Threat, driven by Richard Remillard, looking for his second win on the afternoon. Van Going Fast is the number two horse, driven by Mark Filion. Number three is Irish Anna, driven by Corey Manning. Mr. October is the number four horse, driven by Clayton Braybrook. In number five horse, Chocolate Bomb, with Paula Mason on the reins. And in the bike, it's Dean Ray driving Irish Hawk, the number six horse. The horses are getting themselves into position, and we are but mere moments away from pacing. The horses are lined up behind the gate as they come around the turn. They're at the post. Swing open that gate and watch them ponies accelerate. It's the maiden race this afternoon. Race number 4 coming up in a couple of minutes from now. Somebody is going to taste the thrill of victory for the very first time in their careers. As we dive down into turn number 1, that's Major Threat taking the early lead, but instantly being challenged by Irish Anna on the outside with Corey Manning on the controls. It's Major Threat followed by Irish Anna, then Van Going Fast, Chocolate Bomb, Irish Hawk, and Mr. October. As we head towards that first quarter pole, we hit it at a time of 33 seconds even. Major Threat continues to show the way as the horses are spaced out fairly evenly coming into turn number 2. That's Major Threat in the lead by about 3 lengths, followed by Irish Anna, who's now also starting to pull away a bit. And it's Van Going Fast, also Chocolate Bomb, Irish Hawk, and or probably Irish Hawk, and then Mr. October at the back of the pack watching everybody else. Coming down in the home stretch for the first time as we head towards the halfway point, Major Threat continues to lead, and we hit the halfway mark at a time of 105 even. Horses now starting to bunch up as they make their moves and head into turn number 3. Major Threat still on the way with Chocolate Bomb, Vaughn Going Fast, and Irish Anna ahead of the field. The other two at the back of the pack, that's Irish Hawk and also Mr. October trailing the field. As we go down the back stretch for the final time, Major Threat still in the lead as they have been from almost the very beginning, but it is Chocolate Bomb now starting to make a move. Paula Mason and Chocolate Bomb on the outside hitting the three-quarter pole in a time of 1:37 and 3. That is Major Threat. It's holding off all comers so far as the horses are bunched up. It looks like we have the making of a great finish on this one. Major Threat continuing to show the way with Chocolate Bomb and Van Going Fast bunched up side by side for second and third as we come around the turn into the home stretch for the final time. That is Major Threat still in the way, but making a move on the outside, making that outside move. It is Irish Hawk with some late speed and taking it at a time of 2:10 and 1, a slow time for the maidens, but again at a time of 2:10 and 1, showing some late speed. That's Dean Ray and Irish Hawk. It's official, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner rather, at a time of 2:10 and 1/5 is Irish Hawk. Irish Hawk heading into the winter circle now, driven by Dean Ray, trained by Clayton Braybrook. The 3-year-old bay gelding winner for the first time in his career. Out of You Should See Me Now, out of Sweet Summer, from As Promised, and owned by J. David Mooney of Wawanesa, Manitoba. So again, your winner in a time of 2:10 and 1 in our maiden race this afternoon is Irish Hawk. Your finish, top down on your program, should read 246-531. 246-531. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your winner at a time of 2:10 and 1 was Irish Hawk. Nice payout for a win on Irish Hawk. $30.60 to win, $3.90 to place, and $2.10 to show. Major Threat was $15.80 to place, no money to show, and Chocolate Bomb $2.10 to show. Your $1 exactor 6-1 paid $18.85, while that 20-cent triactor 6-1-5 paid $11.17. That's it. Race number 4 in the books. We'll be back with race number 5 as we head into the back half of our program this afternoon, and we'll be back with that in a few minutes from now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look ahead to race number 5 this afternoon. Like I said, as we head into the back half of our 8-race card today, another 6-horse field for race number 5. And this time out, I think my money is going to be on the number 3-horse Superfast to be just that and wind up in the winner's circle. A winner last week in his Loop debut, Superfast has slowed a little since coming in from Flamborough and Woodbine, but that's more about the track and not the horse. The 4-year-old has the speed. I say he uses it to his advantage over a slower field and wins in race number 5. For a second, I'm going right next door and take the number 4-horse Cartoon Kid. Has finished in the money the past 6 weeks, and all right here at the Loop. The colt is averaging about 2:03 for races, which is a good 2 to 3 seconds faster than any other of my choices so far to win, other than Superfast. So he'll need all of that and a little bit more, but I think he will come in second. And for third, my choice will be the number 1 horse, Stick Him In and Let Him Go. Won last week, but at a time almost 3 seconds off my first and second place choices. Starting on the rail, we'll keep this horse close, but I don't think it's going to be close enough. So for race number 5, let's just say 3, 4, 1. Race number 5, also the first race of today's Pick 4 feature. Well, you have the chance to bet on who you think will win races 5, 6, 7, and 8. Pick all 4 winners and you just might be able to hand out full-size chocolate bars for Halloween this year. Who knows? For this race, you already know my choice. Number 3, Superfast, looking ahead in race number 6. I'll take number 3, Voodoo Blue Chip. Race number 7, I like number 3, Singing Ramona. Race number 8, let's finish off with the number 8 horse, the number 5 horse rather, in that one. So good luck, everybody, from the Loop. And now let's turn it down to the Professor Mike Williams for a recap on race number 4 and a look ahead to race number 5.
Thank you. Yeah, race number 4, Irish Hawk, did not have it easy by any means. This horse was at the back of the bus and just around the half-mile pole, pulled, and just kept going. Dean Ray just pointed it one way, was 3 or 4 wide, just past the 3/4 pole, and got it all, won the marbles there, coming home there. And great for Dave Mooney, one of our bigger supporters here in Manitoba racing. He's been racing for about 60 years, and it's nice to see him get to the winning circle with a 3-year-old Irish Hawk. Race number 5, good horse race here. Another even bunch, 6-horse field here. I agree with Frank. Superfast does look the best. Got the job done last week from the 2-hole, wire to wire. Hadn't raced since last March, so that's going to be a good tightener for him. I think the horse is only going to be better today, and I think Dean will set his own fractions here. I think he's going to be tough to beat in here, but there is one horse that can do it, and that is Cartoon Kid coming out of post position 4, which he did have last week, and he went to the top and just lost it to look like a million in a stake race last week, but does have a lot of early speed. But I think Superfast on the inside of him will get to the top when it's all said and done. But I really like these 2 horses dueling at the wire, 3 and 4, extremely strong exactor bet. Finish off the triactor. I'm going to go the far outside with Peekaboo Pebbles. Did make a mistake around the quarter pole, breaking stride. Come on very hard to finish a good second, then was placed 5th for interference, I believe. Peekaboo Pebbles, second place 5th. So I really like this race. I'm going to take the 3, 4, and 6 in race number 5. We'll see everybody back in race number 6.
All right, the horses are on the track for this race number 5 for a purse of $5,800. Let's take a look at who's taking part and introduce you. The number 1 horse is Stick 'em in, Let 'em Go. It's driven and trained by Corey Manning. Your number 2 horse is Palmer's Puddin', driven by Daryl Mason, trained by Sherry Mason. Coming around the turn now and heading towards the grandstand. There's a shot of it as he's coming towards us. That's Superfast, driven by Dean Ray, trained by Lorraine Ray. Your number 4 horse, Cartoon Kid, driven and trained by Mark Filion. Your number 5 horse is Raise Your Glass, driven by Michelle Ray, trained by Richard Ray. And the number 6 horse is Peekaboo Pebbles, driven by Don Howlett and trained by Matthew Howlett. As the horses head around the turn into the back stretch to get themselves lined up for this race number 5 for a purse of $5,800, let's take a look and reintroduce you to everybody that's taking part. Your number 1 horse, Stick 'em In and Let 'em Go, driven by Corey Manning. Your number 2 horse is Palmer's Puddin', driven by Daryl Mason, trained by Sherry Mason. Super Fast is your number 3 horse, driven by Dean Ray. Cartoon Kid is the number 4 horse with driver Mark Filion. Raise Your Glass is the number 5 horse with Michelle Ray on the reins. And Peekaboo Pebbles is the number 6 horse, driven by Dawn Howlett. The horses are getting themselves into position, and we are but mere moments away from pacing. They're lined up at the gate as they come around the turn. They're at the post. Swing open the gates and watch them ponies accelerate. We are pacing and breaking quickly out of the pack. It is Super Fast and Cartoon Kid as we head down into turn number 1. They're breaking on the outside, but taking advantage of that inside post is Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go with driver trainer Corey Manning on the controls. Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go continues to lead the way as we come around that first turn and head down the back stretch. It's Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go. Then it's Super Fast, Cartoon Kid, Palmer's Puddin', followed by Raise Your Glass and also Peekaboo Pebbles. We hit the first quarter time at 30 and 4. 30 and 4 at that first quarter post, and it's still Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go. Winner last week with Corey Manning on the controls as we continue to lead. He's got about a 3-horse lead now as we come into turn number 2. Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go, that is to say, with Superfast, Cartoon Kid, Palmer's Puddin', and it's Raise Your Glass and Peekaboo Pebbles watching everybody else from the back. Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go, coming down that home stretch for the first time, but it is behind him Superfast, closing the distance as we hit the halfway mark at a time of 1:01 even. Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go is leading, although not by as much as he was about a half a mile ago. Superfast is closing in. Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go. Then it's Superfast and Cartoon Kid separating themselves from the rest of the field. Following in behind, we've got Raise Your Glass, Raise Your Glass, also Palmer's Puddin', and Peekaboo Pebbles. It is a 3-horse race right now with Stick 'em In and Let 'em Go. Superfast and Palmer's Puddin' basically in advance of the field as we hit the 3-quarter post at a time of 1:32 and 1. Corey Manning and Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go continues to show the way. Corey looking for his first win of the afternoon, followed by Palmer's Puddin' and Superfast. As we come around the final turn and get ready to head for home, that is Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go, followed by Superfast. Superfast now being boxed on the outside by Palmer's Puddin'. That is Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go still showing the way. Now we've got Superfast breaking it off the track. Coming home in an easy win, it looks like, at a time of 2:04 and 2. That is Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go. And again, the number 3 horse, Superfast, had a break off the track for a short bit, back on now. But again, your winner in a time of 2:04 and 2. Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go. All right, it's official, ladies and gentlemen. Now in the winner's circle, that is Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go at a time of 2:04 and 2. Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go, driven and trained by Corey Manning. For Corey, his first win of the afternoon. The 4-year-old brown horse by Lambretta is out of Gotta Lucky Deal from Sir Luck and owned by Corey Manning of Belmont, Manitoba. Again, in a time of 2:04 and 2. Congratulations to driver trainer Corey Manning and Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go. Your official top-down order of finish on your program for race number 5, 156-243. Again, 156-243. Stick 'em in, let it go. Again, at a time of 2:04 and 2. Pay $21.10, $21.10 to win. $5.20 to place and $3 to show. Your number 2 horse, Cartoon Kid, paid $6.90 to place and $2.50 to show. And the number 3 horse, Peekaboo Pebbles, $3.70 to show. The $1 exactor, 1 all, paid $6.35. Your 20-cent triactor, 1-4 all, paid $3.56. And the 20-cent pick 3, 5-6 all, paid $1.85. That'll do it for race number 5 here at the Loop this afternoon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at race number 6 this afternoon. Once again, we started off with good track conditions, and they have been improved to fast conditions by our judges. And it's for a purse of $6,200, race number 6. Let's see what we think. For this one, I really like the number 3 horse, Voodoo Blue Chip. Not sure what kind of voodoo driver Don Howlett is using this evening, but man, has he been brilliant. Guided this colt to wins the past 2 weeks, which has helped to raise his winning percentage this season to an impressive 560. Leads all the other drivers. I say it'll be another notch on his bike, and this one as he guides Voodoo Blue Chip into the winner's circle in race number 6. My place pick in this race comes from the far outside. The number 6 horse, Is He Watching? Started 5th the past 2 weeks, and in each case, the filly weaved her way into second place finishes, both times behind Voodoo Blue Chip. Is it a sign of things to come? We'll have to wait and see. That included, by the way, a photo finish last week on a really, really nice, tight race. Had 3 straight wins before that. I think these 2 horses will battle it out again this afternoon, but starting 6th is the reason I think Is He Watching is going to be the bridesmaid in this one. And for 3rd this time around, I'm going to go with the number 4 horse, Flying Officer. The 8-year-old is yet to win this year at the Loop, but still has been earning checks for owner Oral Vaudin in the money 9 times in 12 starts, currently averaging about a 201 and change. That'll keep him in the mix definitely in race number 6. So for this one, let's go with 3-6-4. 3-6-4. And good luck from the loop. Let's send it down to the Professor Mike Williams for a recap on race 5 and a look ahead to race number 6.
Well, Corey Manning, he fooled me, and he definitely fooled the betting public there. The horse has been only having 3 starts, 2 wins in a second, did draw the inside, and every stride a winning stride, a wire-to-wire performance. Corey Manning looked very good. Good mile, too, 2-4 and a piece today. That's a very good mile. And congratulations to Corey Manning, driver trainer. Really got this horse going, and he looked good doing it. Let's go right to race number 6. I'm also going to go with Voodoo Blue Chip. I mean, the horse has got 2 wins in a row. He's got 5 wins so far in 9 starts, and pacing some pretty strong miles in 2-1. The track's not super fast today, but it'll probably going in around 2-3, and I think Voodoo Blue Chip will have that well in hand. Horse for second, 3 wins in 3 seconds in the last 6 starts, made over 16,000, close to 17. Is he watching? The only thing that hurts this 3-year-old filly's chances is the far outside. Going to have to really work hard to get there, but man, oh man, this 3-year-old filly has been racing some pretty strong, very impressive miles. Never far out of it. A horse that's long overdue, like Frank said. This horse has had 12 starts yet to get to the winning circle with 4 seconds and 5/3. I like this horse, and I think with the right trip, Flying Officer might be worth a few dollars to put in the wickets here. Long overdue, and you see the miles, 2-1, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. This horse has got the speed, and he's got the times actually better than the rest of the field here. It's going to depend on the trip. If he gets a decent trip in here, like I say, Flying Officer is worth a few dollars. But I'm going to stick with the 3, 6, and 4 in race number 6. We'll see everybody back in race number 7.
All right, folks, the horses are coming out onto the track for this race number 6. Let's introduce you to everybody that's taking part in this one for a purse of $6,200. Your number 1 horse, there he is coming at the camera. That is My Little Chloe, driven and trained by Corey Manning. Following close behind is the number 2 horse, Everyone's Hero, driven by Daryl Mason, trained by Sherry Mason. Moving on now to the number 4 horse. The number 3 horse is going to be late coming out, so we're going to introduce you now to the number 4 horse. That's Flying Officer, driven by Tyler Grundy and trained by Jacqueline Grundy. Your number 5 horse is Colonel Kelly, driven and trained by Clayton Braybrook. Taking a look back towards the turn and coming around that turn now towards the grandstand. That is horse number 6 in this one. Is He Watching? There he is in the picture, driven by Michelle Ray, trained by Richard Ray. And we'll get the camera trained on Voodoo Blue Chip when he finally comes out in a few minutes' time. That's Voodoo Blue Chip is the number 3 horse, driven by Don Howlett and trained by Matthew Howlett. And for those of you watching at home, there is the number 3 horse. That is Voodoo Blue Chip, driven by Don Howlett and trained by Matthew Howlett. Don looking for a first place win to go with a second and a third so far today. So with that, those are now all the horses taking part in race number 6 this afternoon on our 8 race card here at the Loop. All the horses have been called to the post, ladies and gentlemen. So as they make their way around the turn, down the back stretch to get themselves in position, let's reintroduce you to everybody taking part in this, our sixth race this afternoon. My Little Chloe is the number one horse, driven by Corey Manning. Everyone's Hero is horse number 2, with Daryl Mason on the reins. Voodoo Blue Chip has driver Don Howlett on the bike, and that's horse number 3. Your number 4 horse is Flying Officer, driven by Tyler Grundy. Number 5 is Colonel Kelly with driver Clayton Braybrook. And number 6 is He Watching with driver Michel Ray, looking for his hat-trick win. He's got 2 on the afternoon so far. The horses are getting themselves into position, and we are but mere moments away from once again pacing. The gates rolling around the turn as the horses line themselves up. We're at the post. Swing open that gate and let them ponies accelerate. Race number 6 at the Loop this afternoon on a sunny now Saturday afternoon. Horse number 3, Voodoo Blue Chip, takes the early lead as we dive down into turn number 1, followed very closely by the pole sitter, My Little Chloe. The rest of the field is bunching up as everybody tries to figure out their positions. It's Voodoo Blue Chip leading the way down the back stretch for the first time, but look at that speed coming on from Flying Officer. Flying Officer challenging for the lead right off the hop as we head towards the first quarter pole. Flying Officer now taking the lead at a time of 30-4. Decent pace to start off the first quarter. That is Flying Officer side by side with Voodoo Blue Chip as we come around turn number 2. Flying Officer now nudging ahead with Voodoo Blue Chip on the inside, followed by My Little Chloe, Everyone's Hero, and then it's Colonel Kelly and Is He Watching down the back stretch. It is Flying Officer continuing to lead the way from the outside with Voodoo Blue Chip in second, very close as we hit the halfway point at a time of 1 minute and 2/5. It is continuing to be Flying Officer, but leading by maybe a half a horse length as as Flying Officer and Voodoo Blue Chip continue to battle it out. Now taking advantage of that inside position, Flying Officer is on the outside. Voodoo Blue Chip takes the lead momentarily, but Flying Officer now back into the lead by about a neck as Voodoo Blue Chip and he continue to fight it out, and the rest of the field is at the back. It is Flying Officer and Voodoo Blue Chip as we hit that three-quarter pole in a time of 1:32 even, as these two horses continue to trade the lead back and forth. It's Voodoo Blue Chip and Flying Officer. Also coming into the picture, Is He Watching? Looks like it's going to be a 3-horse race as we come around the final turn and into the home stretch, with Voodoo Blue Chip still showing the way, followed by Flying Officer, and then Is He Watching? We come around that turn, and on the outside, it is Flying Officer. Inside, it's Voodoo Blue Chip. We've got some speed happening. It's going to be, it looks like it was Flying Officer overtaking Voodoo Blue Chip at the finish line, but we're going to have to wait and see and get official from the judges at a time of 2:04. We've got a photo finish, and we're going to let you know who the winner was in a couple of minutes from now. It's official, ladies and gentlemen, heading towards the winner's circle. Congratulations going to Tyler Grundy and Flying Officer. Flying Officer at a time of 2:04 even with trader Jacqueline Grundy. The 8-year-old Bay Gelding by Riverboat King is out of first dance from Rock and Roll Hanover and owned by Oral Vaudan of Hanover, Manitoba. So on race number 6, top down order of finish on your program, mark it 652. 143. That's 652 143. Again, Tyler Grundy picking up his first win of the afternoon on Flying Officer at a time of 2:04 even. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again at a time of 2:04 even, your winner in race number 6 was Flying Officer. Flying Officer paid $540 to win, $220 to place, and $210 to show. Your number 2 horse, Voodoo Blue Chip, paid $310 to place and $210 to show. And your third place finisher, Is He Watching, paid $2.60 to show. Your $1 exactor paid, check it out, $26.90, while that 20-cent triactor paid $5.47. That does it for race number 6. We'll move ahead to race number 7 momentarily here at the Loop from Winnipeg. Okay, folks, let's take a look at race number 7 as we get closer to the end of our 8-race card this afternoon. And out of the field of 5 at pacing, my choice for this one to the win is number 6, Singing Ramona. I love this horse. Talk about a dominating season since coming into the Loop. The mare began 4th last week, wound up winning by almost 6 lengths and blew the field away at 59-4. The 4-year-old hasn't finished lower than 2nd in her past 6 races. I think she wins again in this one. I think she wins easily in this one. For my place pick in race number 7, I'm going with the number 5 horse, Bet You Love Me. Other than Singing Ramona, the only other horse in this field to win this season, another reason I like her is a race she ran a couple weeks back. Started 4th, ran 3/4 of the mile outside, and still managed to finish 5th. That's a lot of speed here. Not enough, mind you, to catch Ramona, but definitely enough to pass the rest of the field to finish 2nd. And for 3rd, well, let's give the nod to Chaz Michael, the number 4 horse. No wins yet this year, but out of 9 starts, has finished in the money 8 times. And no matter what, when you're finishing in the money, you got to be doing something right. He's won more career money than anyone else in this race. Money talks. And in this case, it's saying Chaz Michael will pick up a 3rd place share of the purse. So for this race, race number 7, let's go with 354. 354. This, by the way, the 7th race, also race number 1 of the late daily double. And for the LDD, I like number 3, Singing Ramona, as I've already mentioned. And for the final race of the day, for the second half of the daily double, let's go for number 1, Control the Distance, in race number 8. Good luck, everybody, from the Loop. Now with a recap on race number 6 and his opinion on what's going to happen in race number 7, let's throw it down to the professor, Mr. Mike Williams.
Thank you, Frank. Well, what can you say? Flying officer, that was one heck of a hard, rough mile. Tyler Grundy parked the entire mile from start to finish and just kept that horse live on the outside. The horse usually does pull early. He is a grinder. But man, that was one heck of a mile on the outside. So congratulations to Tyler Grundy and trainer Jackie Grundy for a job well done and definitely well earned in race number 6. Let's go right to race number 7. I also like the Don Hallett, Matthew Hallett, Singing Ramona. You got 3 wins in the last 4 starts and paced a mile under 2 minutes and was the heavy betting favorite last week. 8 wins thus far with $32,000 made. Has a ton of early speed, can pull off a 28-second quarter if need be. And I think Singing Ramona definitely today will be in a class of her own here in race number 7. Chaz Michael, I might have been a little bit more brave, but has had a couple of weeks off, hasn't raced since September the 7th. I don't know how race tight the horse will be. Should be okay. Driver Richard Remillard, trainer Tara Isman. This horse has raced the top horses pretty well all summer. He definitely, this 7-year-old will like this field and appreciate this field a lot more than what he has been racing, and definitely deserves to be in here. 9 starts yet to get a win, but fits well in this 5-horse class. Wide open for 3rd, but Bet You Love Me with Dean Ray comes out of post position 5, and pacing miles in 2-1-2-2 definitely deserves a look. But I like the 3, Singing Ramona, definitely to get this 4-year-old mare's picture taken in the winning circle in race number 7, followed by 4 and 5, Daily Double, Love Singing Ramona, with the 1 horse Control the Distance in race number 8. Good luck. We'll see everybody back in the finale. And that track seems to be getting a lot more tighter, I think, and race tight than it has earlier in the day. Good luck. We'll see everybody back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the horses are on the track for race number 7. As they come around the turn, pass in front of the grandstand, let's introduce you to everybody that is taking part in this one for a purse of $7,000. Your number 1 horse is B Special, driven by Daryl Mason and trained by Aaron Mason. The number 2 horse, Mrs. Little Bozo, that's driven and trained by Mark Filion. Coming around the turn, heading towards the grandstand now, that's horse number 3, Singing Ramona, driven by Don Howlett and trained by Matthew Howlett. Your number 4 horse is Chaz Michael, with driver Richard Remillard and trained by Tara Isman. And your number 5 horse, that's Bet You Love Me, driven by Dean Ray and trained by Arthur Ray. As the horses are called to the post here in Winnipeg this afternoon, we've got a partly cloudy sky, 17 degrees Celsius, 63 degrees Fahrenheit. Winds from the northwest at 42, gusting to 54 kilometers per hour, which is 26 to 34 miles per hour. It is a gusty, gusty day and a healthy wind as the horses head down the back stretch and get themselves into position for race number 7 this afternoon. So let's take this opportunity to reintroduce you to everybody in this one, racing for a purse of $7,000. Your number 1 horse is Be Special, driven by Daryl Mason. Your number 2 horse, Mrs. Little Bozo, driven by Mark Filion. Singing Ramona is your number 3 horse with driver Don Howlett at the controls. Number 4 is Chaz Michael, driven by Richard Remillard. Well, number 5 is Bet You Love Me, with driver Dean Ray in the bike. The horses are getting themselves into position, and we are but mere moments away from pacing. As the gate comes around the turn, the horses are lined up. They're at the post. Swing open that gate. Watch those ponies accelerate. We are pacing. Very early on in this one, it is Chaz Michael with the lead as we head down into turn number 1. The horses all jockeying for position as they get themselves spaced out and ready to start a couple of minutes of fun. It is Singing Ramona taking the early lead now away from Chaz Michael, who stays in second, followed by Bet You Love Me. And then it's Be Special and Mrs. Little Bozo watching the rest of the pack from the rear. Heading down that back stretch, the horses are spaced out very evenly right now, with Singing Ramona still in the lead, hitting that first quarter post at a time of 31 and 3. Singing Ramona, the early favorite in this race, is continuing to lead with Don Howlett at the controls. And then it is Chaz Michael, Bet You Love Me, Be Special. And finally, it is Mrs. Little Bozo. Singing Ramona lengthening her lead by just a little bit now, followed by Chaz Michael. A little closer to Chaz Michael is Bet You Love Me, Be Special. And again, it is Mrs. Little Bozo at the back of the pack. We hit the halfway point at a time of 102 and 1. And Singing Ramona continues to plow the road for everybody else with Chaz Michael, Bet You Love Me, and Be Special. Singing Ramona in the lead and drafting in behind. That is Chaz Michael. Time to take advantage as they head into a stiff north wind, followed by Bet You Love Me and Be Special. Heading around to the back stretch for the final time now, it is Be Special starting to make a move and boxing in Bet You Love Me on the inside, but it's still Singing Ramona in the lead with Chaz Michael close behind. 3/4 of the way, and we hit it at a time of 1:34 and 3. And that is Singing Ramona in the lead, starting to lengthen ahead of Chaz Michael, while Bet You Love Me and Be Special are battling it out for third. Singing Ramona, Chaz Michael, Bet You Love Me and Be Special are the elite of the field right now, leaving everybody else in behind, with Singing Ramona still holding the lead as we make the final turn and come towards the finish line. That is going to be the winner for you, Singing Ramona, and it's going to be an evenly stretched out field with Singing Ramona, followed by Chaz Michael, and Bet You Love Me. But in a time of 2:06 even, a little slower time than we had anticipated for this one. Your winner is Dawn Howlett and Singing Ramona. It's official, ladies and gentlemen, as he heads into the winner's circle. That is Don Howlett with his first win of the afternoon to go with a couple of second place and a third place finish on board Singing Ramona. Singing Ramona with, again, Don Howlett and trainer Matthew Howlett is a 4-year-old bay mare by Sports Writer out of Gilbert, Hanover from Western Ideal and owned by Don Howlett of West St. Paul, Manitoba. So once again, at a time of 2:06, congratulations to Don Howlett, the winningest driver on the Loop circuit this year, and Singing Ramona. Again, your winner in a time of 2:06 even, Singing Ramona. Singing Ramona paid $2.70 to win, $2.10 to place, and $2.10 to show. Chaz Michael, your second place horse, paid $3.40 to win and $2.10 to show. Well, Bet You Love Me was the number 5 horse and finished third at $2.30 to show. Your $1 exacta 3-4 rather paid $6.50. The 20-cent triactor 3-4-5 paid $1.98. So on your program, top down, make it official. 45123. Again, 45123, your official order of finish. And that'll do it for race number 7 as we head toward race 8 and our finale this afternoon here at the Loop. All right, folks, welcome to the finale of our race card this afternoon. Race number 8, the final race today. And this one, a 5-horse field. And for the win this time around, I really like the number 1 horse, Control the Distance. The mare has been living up to her name, starting 5th last week, winning by a length. I think she'll take advantage of her start along the rail this time as well and finish the day an absolute winner and control the race. For a second, I'm going with the number 2 horse, Fancy That. Broke a couple of times last week in his race, but prior to that was a winner in back-to-back weeks to go along with a couple of second-place runs just before that. Starting 1 off the rail will give the horse an advantage, and I like him for number 2 this time around. Again, that is Fancy That. Then, who do we pick for third in this one? Well, I like number 4, Some Might Say. Ran second last week after starting fourth, losing by a length. Add in the second best driver by winning percentage this season, Michael Ray, and I think you'll be able to throw a blanket over the top 3 in this one when it comes to the finish line. So for race number 8, let's make it an exciting finale for the day with 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, and 4. Good luck from the Loop. And now, with a look ahead to race number 8 and his recap of race number 7, let's throw it down to the professor, Mike Williams.
Thank you, Frank. Well, Singing Ramon had everything her own way. Wire to wire performance last week in 59-4, this week in 206, but that's all she had to go. And Don Hallett had this 4-year-old mare in hand. And job well done by Don Hallett once again and trainer Matthew Hallett. Let's go right to the finale, race number 8. Looks like Don Hallett's going to repeat and get the late daily double all by himself here with Control the Distance. If you look in this 5-horse field here, Control the Distance did win against every one of these horses. They all raced together last week. And the thing is, he won from the far outside. He won from the 5-hole, draws the inside on the rail. So I think Control the Distance should have top billing for sure. Dead favorite in the last 3 starts and should be dead favorite today. Horse for second, some might say. Don Hallett, Michelle Ray, 2 top drivers. Michelle Ray with 16 wins, I think, counting today so far. Paced a good mile last week, second against Control the Distance, and I don't see anything any different in here. Some might say I think will be the complete the exactor in race number 8. Wide open for third, but I'm going to go with Fancy That. Like Frank stated, did break twice last week, took this 4-year-old horse out of the race. But it's been pacing some pretty decent miles. I like him for third in here. But it's going to be all Control the Distance to end the races here today at the Loop. We'll see everybody back next Saturday. Long forecast, 24, plus 24 next week. So let's hope we see a crowd here. And today we had a lot of rain, didn't get a big crowd. Hoping for a big crowd. 3 stake races next week we got here at the Loop. So hope to see everybody out and have a beautiful rest of the day.
All right, folks, the horses are coming out onto the track for this, the finale of our race card today, race number 8. Let's take a look at everybody who's taking part and introduce you to the horses and the drivers. Your number 1 horse is Control the Distance, being driven by Don Howlett, trained by Sherry Mason. Don having himself another great day today with 2 second place finishes, a third, and also 1 win on the afternoon. Coming around, that's horse number 2, Fancy That, with driver Daryl Mason, who posted a third place finish earlier today. Super Cozy is your number 3 horse, driven and trained by Paula Mason. Paula's got a second and a third for the afternoon so far. Number 4, Some Might Say, with driver Michel Ray, trained by Richard Ray. Michel looking for his hat-trick win in this one. He's got 2 firsts and a third to go this afternoon. And your number 5 horse is Irish Gene, driven and trained by Clayton Braybrook. Irish Gene with Clayton has 2 third-place finishes Clayton does this afternoon. So there you go. Everybody taking part in this race number 8 for a purse of $6,000. We'll have the call for you coming up shortly. All right, folks, the horses have been called to the post. So here we go. Let's reintroduce you to everybody taking part in this race number 8 this afternoon for a purse of $6,000. Number 1 is Control the Distance, driven by Don Howlett. The number 2 horse is Fancy That with driver Daryl Mason. The number 3 horse is Super Cozy, being driven by Paula Mason. The number 4 horse is Some Might Say with Michael Ray on the reins as the driver. And your number 5 horse is Irish Jean, driven and trained by Clayton Braybrook. The horses are going to get themselves lined up and in position behind the gate, and we are but mere moments away from pacing. Coming around the turn, the horses are behind the gate. They're at the post. Swing open that gate and watch them accelerate. Look at that. 4 across as we come out of the gate and head into race number 8, the final race this afternoon here at the Loop, Red River Exhibition Park in Winnipeg. Taking advantage of that inside post position, that's Control the Distance, and Don Howlett taking the early lead as the horses go around that first turn and spread themselves out and get themselves settled in for the next couple of minutes. That continues to be Control the Distance, followed by Fancy That. Then it's the number 3 horse, Super Cozy. Some might say an Irish Jean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just the way they started. We hit the first quarter posts at a time of 31 and 1. Control the Distance is still your leader by about a 2 horse length, followed by Fancy That, Super Cozy, Some Might Say, and Irish Jean. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Control the Distance is still showing the way for everybody else. Don Howlett looking for his second win of the afternoon on board as we come into the home stretch for the first time and head towards the halfway point at this race. Starting to show a little speed and braking from the outside. That is Control the Distance in the lead. Super Cozy starting to make a bit of a move and boxing in Fancy That as we head down into turn number 3 and into the teeth of that wind. We head into the third turn, and again, it's Control the Distance with driver Don Howlett at the controls. That is Fancy That in second place, battling it out with Super Cozy for a second, and it's Control the Distance still leading the way. We've got Some Might Say an Irish Jean at the back of the pack. We are coming up on the 3-quarter post, and it is in a time of 1:33 and 4. Control the Distance now starting to break away from the rest of the field as Fancy That and Super Cozy battle it out for second. But it's Control the Distance controlling this race and has right from the very beginning. Control the Distance spacing out from everybody else with Fancy That and Super Cozy following behind to battle it out for place and show. It's going to be Control the Distance, your winner. Again, the big race is going to be for place and show in this one as we come down the whole stretch. And it's going to be finishing off. It is, wow, 3 across. Holy cow. That is going to be a tough one to call. We will let you know your second and third. Your place and show finishes cupping up in a couple of minutes' time. But your winner in a time of 2:04 and 2 is Control the Distance. Hold on to your tickets, folks. We're going to take a look at a photo finish for place and show. But again, your winner unofficially Control the Distance in a time of 2:04 and 2. It's official, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner of this, our eighth and final race this afternoon, is the number 1 horse, Control the Distance, at a time of 2:04 and 2. Control the Distance, driven by Don Howlett and trained by Sherry Mason, is a 4-year-old bay mare by Control the Moment out of Ashley's Luck from Camluck and owned by Daryl and Sherry Mason of Killarney, Manitoba. Picking up his second win of the afternoon, that is Don Howlett, the driver, on Control the Distance in a time of 2:04 and 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, again, it's official. Your winner of the eighth and final race this afternoon here at the Loop in a time of 2:04 and 2 is Control the Distance. Control the Distance paid $6.20 to win, $11.80 to place, and $3.30 to show. Your number 2 horse, Super Cozy, paid nothing for place and $5 to show, while Irish Gene, no money to place and $3 to show. Your $1 exactor 1-3 paid $12.75, while the 20-cent triactor 135 paid $3.19. The $1 daily double, the late daily double, paid 3-1, which is a $4 payout on that one. And the $1 pick 4, 1-4-3-1, 3 out of 4 paid $10.30. That does it for race number 8, and that does it for our card this afternoon. We've got a couple of racing dates coming up next weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. We will have racing action for you. It's going to be a 1 o'clock start for both days, and as Mike Williams mentioned a little earlier today, looks like the weather forecast is going to be a lot nicer for next weekend. We got our fingers, toes, and eyes crossed that it is going to be sunshine at about 24, 25 degrees Celsius. So until then, have yourself a wonderful, wonderful week. My name is Frank Stecky. It's been a pleasure being with you this afternoon, and have a great week and the rest of your weekend from the Loop, Red River Exhibition Park here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada.